her birthday, May 14th. How will my family ever have a nice thought on a beautiful spring day? How do I look at her Christmas stocking hanging every year? Today, when I think of Robbie, I don't think of her like this. I need this picture to remind me she was a beautiful girl. I think of her alone, laying on the pavement for hours. I've never been able to see or touch her after that day. I have been profoundly changed. My life view is just saddened. Everything. Robbie's family, my family, has been permanently damaged, and there is no punishment that will ever reverse our loss. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. I'm very sorry for your loss. Good morning.
My name is Tamika. I'm the niece of Geraldine family. Our family's aunts are more or less our second moms. And that's what you took away from me. You took away my mom, best friend. You destroyed our lives forever. There's not a day that goes by that I won't remember May 14th and being 2 minutes sooner. I could have been in that store. And all I think about is, could I have saved my aunt? Could I have helped her get away from the bullets? Or could my mom be suffering more and lose her daughter, her granddaughter, and her sister? So in life, everything that happens for a reason. And that's good and bad. At 19 years old, I had to bury my first son. But the pain I feel from you taking my aunt from our family will never even compare to burying my own child. This was a horrible crime that you committed. And I hope you do pray for forgiveness. Because, you know, not forgiving, I'll be blocking my own blessings. So do I hate you? No. Do I want you to die? No. I want you to stay alive. I want you to think about this every day of your life. Every day of your life, think about my family and the other 9 families that you've destroyed forever. Forever. May 14th will never be the same for me. My aunt was my grandchildren's godmother, and she was taken away on my granddaughter's birthday. My granddaughter will never be able to celebrate her birthday on May 14th. It hurts so bad. It hurts so bad. But I'm going to pray for you. And I want everyone to just pray for all the families that we can get through this, because right now, almost a year later, I still feel like my life will never be the same, ever. It'll never be the same.
Thank you. I'm sorry for your loss.
need to go. I'm not going to be nice. My name is Barbara Massey. I'm Catherine Massey's sister. You killed my sister. Cat, I'm going to tell you about my sister, Cat. Cat weighed 110 pounds, 72 years old. Cat would do anything for anybody, anytime. Cat was intelligent. She was a teacher. She was my best friend. She was anything at any given time. Cat was a protector. If Cat saw you, she probably went in her pocket and gave you some money, even though you didn't need it. Cat was an aunt. She was a great aunt. She was a cousin. She was a friend. Cat said she was a committee of one. There's nothing Cat wouldn't do for people. I want personally to choke you and leave my fingerprints on your neck because it was unnecessary. You leave 200 miles to come to Buffalo. You don't even know any black people. 95.7, that's what they said for instance in your time. You don't know an Indian, a Mexican, nobody. Your little punk ass decided to come and kill my sister. I talk to Cat every single day. You don't make Cat happy kids. Cat didn't have any children, but she said she had 34,000. That was the number of kids in school. Cat had so many children, our mind went boom with her own money. There's nothing Cat would do for anybody. You know what made Cat happy? Us cutting grass that we don't even own. That made my sister happy. That's what I was doing when you killed Cat. I was doing her lawn. I was there 8 hours with my family, begging the cops, is my sister okay? You blew off her fucking back of her head, man. 110 pounds, 72 years old. I want to, you better stick those places. You better say, cops, thank y'all for protecting me, because I will hurt you so bad. You have made me sick. You got my family crying. I miss my sister every day. I live 3 doors down from Cat. I talk to Cat 4 times a day. My brother Ward goes up there and sit in the park with Cat like to be. My son called Cat triple black because she was so proud of her heritage. My nephew said Cat was a saint among sinners. My sister Catherine Massey was a great person. Cat didn't hurt anybody. None of their family did. You gonna come to our city and decide you don't like black people. Man, you don't know a damn thing about black people. We're human. We like our kids to go to good schools. We love our kids. We never go in no neighborhoods and take people out. Don't do Let's go.
everybody calm down first. All rise.
During this is an opportunity for those of you who are most affected by this heinous act to address the court and address the defendant. But I am sure that you are all disturbed by the physicality that we've seen in the courtroom here today. And I understand that emotion and I understand the anger, but we cannot have that in the courtroom. And I am prepared to give anyone that needs to speak an opportunity to speak. And I know that you need to address some of your comments to the defendant, but we must conduct ourselves appropriately because we are all better than that. And so we will continue with the proceeding at this time. And anyone that is feeling overwhelmed by their emotions, I would ask that you perhaps step out in the hallway and take a moment to gather yourself. Here to you to express yourself, and I will allow you to do that, but I need you to stay at the podium. We can bring the defendant in, please. The record will reflect that the defendant is present in the courtroom and we are ready to proceed. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Never, and I am here on behalf of my son, Zaire Goodman. On May 14, 2022, my son, Zaire Goodman, was at work doing what young people do. He was working at his part-time job, and then terror struck. A terrorist shot Zaire point blank in the neck, and the bullet fragments tore through his body and exited his back. He miraculously survived, but his life is now forever changed. Over the last several months, his life has been all about going to the doctor, seeing therapists, and trying to make peace with knowing that someone came into his community and tried to kill him because of the color of his skin. And then questioning why his life was spared when 10 others did not survive. It is an understatement to say that he has survivor's guilt. He is dealing with a pain that I, as a mother, cannot heal. The ideology to which this terrorist carried out this attack by some is labeled as a sickness or a disease. It is not. Racism, hatred, and white supremacy are lifestyles that are chosen. On that day, Zaire chose to get up and go to work. And that terrorist chose to drive a few hundred miles to shoot and kill 10 people and seriously injure 3 others. As humans, we have the ability to decipher right from wrong and make choices accordingly. No matter what choice we make, we have to deal with the consequences of that choice, good, bad, or indifferent. On that day, this terrorist made the choice that the value of a Black human meant nothing to him. The disregard he has for human life and the callousness to which he carried out this attack on my son and my community not only makes him a monster, but a coward. Only a weak human takes out their pain on others. The world says you have to forgive in order to move on. But I stand before you today to say that will never happen. Forgiveness to me puts this tragedy in the laps of the victims, and I nor my son will accept the responsibility of his terroristic act. This is his and his alone. It is he who will need to ask for forgiveness. As he lay in his cell late at night when he can't sleep, I hope that he is thinking of the 10 lives that he stole from us. I want him to think about my son, who he shot, and the other survivors. I want him to think about the community he tried to destroy. And when the sun comes up, I want him to know that that is Zaire. That is my son, Zaire, my son, Goodman, showing you that what you did to him hurt, but he continues to shine. Whatever the sentence is that he receives, it will never be enough to pay for the damage that he has caused. I hope that he receives the fate that he deserves. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Stephanie. On May 14th at 11 a.m., I was on a Zoom with the group I've been in for years called Erase. Our slogan is Eracism. We seek through person-to-person communication to eradicate the disease of racism and white supremacy. A few hours after my Zoom ended, I called my sister to visit with her. She answered the phone. She said, "Steph, I'm in an ambulance. I've been shot in the head. If I die, please be there for my children. A lot of people have been killed. Please ask everyone that we know to pray." I begged her to stay on the phone, not knowing if I would ever speak to her again. She hung up and I headed to the airport. It wasn't until I was sitting in the airport in the plane that my nephew called and said, "Aunt Steph, it was a white supremacist. He filmed the entire thing on live stream." I groaned and roared and screamed so loudly that the plane was delayed in taking off. I roared in pain for my sister, my beautiful sister, pharmacist, who was serving in the East Side. I never knew if I would see her again. I roared also in pain for my brothers and sisters who do not look like me or like the defendant. I roared in pain because he bought into the lies of this country that somehow, because of the amount of the chemical in our skin, we are superior. We were not even the first ones here in the US. Okay? Our Black and brown brothers and sisters endured centuries, not years, centuries of oppression as they built our buildings and produced our crops by which the foundation of this country was built on. They continue to endure oppression. Even the Harvard lawyer is mistaken continually in the courtroom for the defendant and not the lawyer. They continue to endure microaggressions. They continue to have their families gunned down simply because of the color of their skin. You heard some of the family members today reading from the Bible, offering forgiveness, offering peace, showing the beauty of their hearts. Yes, you also saw the fury. And for those who serve, who have to ask people to sit, I ask you to do it with an empathy in your heart and an understanding that for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years, we've been looking at our brown brothers and sisters as if they were less than. They are not less than. They deserve our respect. They deserve our radical empathy. They deserve for us to get educated on what we can do to treat them with the respect that they deserve. I'm speaking not only for my sister who served in the East Side. My mother's not with me. She's a teacher on the East Side. She's teaching today. Our father, my late father, was a cancer research scientist, master's and a PhD. He dedicated his life to serving. For the last 30 years on the East Side, he ran a mission, helping people that deserve to be here, that deserve to be helped. So I ask you, Judge, I wish you could promise that the defendant would never have access to social media for the time that he's alive. I know that's not practical, but I would ask you, the defendant, please consider the possibility that you were wrong and that we are stronger together. Diversity makes us beautiful. If everyone was the same color, we would have no beauty in anything in this world. Diversity in the body makes us strong. If every finger was a pinky, we couldn't do anything. We are stronger together. A house divided cannot stand. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Christopher Braden. It has been less than a year since you attacked me and 12 others that day, along with countless numbers of TOPS employees, customers, and residents of that area. I still remember May 14th, 2022, and everything about it still haunts me. Your actions have completely changed and impacted my life in every aspect. I cannot even begin to describe the feeling of terror I had on that Saturday afternoon when I was attacked by you. I was shot in the leg. I was shot on the inside of my leg, just above my knee, and the bullet exited outside below my knee, taking almost everything with it. The injuries I sustained were severe, but I remained conscious and coherent the entire time. I unfortunately saw a few victims being killed. As I was being taken out of the store after the shooting was over, I saw all the victims where they lay. The visions haunt me in my sleep every night and most days. I cannot get those memories out of my head. Nighttime is the worst for my PTSD. I have night terrors that jerk me awake in the middle of the night, and I'm unable to calm back down to go back to sleep. Loud noises never bothered me before, but they do now. I'm always on edge and hypervigilant about my surroundings, feeling the need to be always on alert and protect myself. I spent 10 days in the hospital, endured 4 surgeries with 2 more surgeries to go. My left leg below my knee was nearly lost had it not been for the excellent work of my surgeons and the entire team at ECMC. It takes me at least 15 minutes every morning just to get out of bed because my left leg
I have a 2 at 5 and 5 p.m. I'm just letting you know that.
5, yeah, this is week 3, remind me about 5.
Okay. All right.
Jurors are entering.
Parties may be seated, court will come to order. The parties present, the jurors are present, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, welcome back. Once again, I trust you are all able to follow the court's directions. Very good, all right, thank you. State, call your next.
State calls Tony Robinson.
Raise your right hand and be sworn.
Please, do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you, you may be seated. Please state your full name, spelling your first and last name for the record.
I'm Tony Robinson, TonyRobinson.
May inquire.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Robinson.
Good morning.
So you're a little soft-spoken for me, and we all need to hear you in this courtroom today, okay? So if you can move forward, that black box in front of you is actually a microphone. I know I'm loud and I don't need a microphone, but for everyone back so that they can hear what you're saying and the jurors, just make sure you speak clearly and loudly for everyone, okay?
Okay.
Perfect, thank you. So introduce yourself to the jury a little bit. Where are you from?
No, I was born in Miami, Florida.
And where do you currently live? Which city?
Miramar,
Miramar? And back in 2018, which city did you live in?
Fort Lauderdale.
All right. What do you do for a living?
I work at a resort on Hollywood Beach.
In 2018, where were you working?
Seminole Gaming.
And what did you do for Seminole Gaming?
I'm customer service rep.
Customer service rep. Okay. So what were your hours like when you were working there?
It varied, but most days about 8 a.m. to 4:30.
8 a.m. to 4:30. And how many days a week did you work?
5.
5 days a week. All right. So you know why you're here today, right?
Yes.
Okay. So let's talk a little bit about why you're here. Do you know someone by the name of Diedrich Williams?
Yes.
How do you know Diedrich Williams?
Through another friend.
As a friend?
Yeah, but I consider him my brother.
You consider him your brother. I was going to ask. Describe your relationship with him for us.
We hung out together. We did things together. I went to his house. He came to my house. Our kids played with each other.
All right, so I'm going to ask an uncomfortable question, but were you two ever romantically involved?
No.
No. When did you meet Diedrich Williams?
Around 2016, 17.
Okay, so is it safe to say in 2018, for the incident that we're here for today, you know him about 2 years?
Yes.
All right. How did you meet him? Who introduced you?
Anthony McLeod.
So another friend, someone
Yeah.
like that? Okay. How did your relationship blossom into considering him like a brother?
Once Anthony McCall went to jail and then prison, we stayed in contact, and then we would just hang out with each other.
All right. What kind of things would you do together? Would you assist him, you know, in driving him places?
Judge, I think
Just need to rephrase, please.
What types of things would you do with him?
We had lunch together. I would cook, he would come over. I went to his house, just hung around. We went to a few places like Miami Sequoia together before. That was mostly it.
Did he ever need a ride from you?
Yes,
Do you see a person known to you as Dietrich Williams in the courtroom today?
yes,
Can you please identify him by an article of clothing and point to the area of the room you see him in?
a bow tie.
A bow tie? Is this the gentleman right here that I'm pointing to?
Yes,
All right, Your Honor, let the record reflect the witnesses identified the defendant, Dietrich Williams.
So noted.
Now, Ms. Robinson, did you call him by any nickname?
Chucky.
Chucky, all right. And did you know Chucky to have a job?
No,
Did he tattoo people?
yes,
At some point throughout your friendship with Chucky or Dietrich Williams, did you meet someone by the name of Big Rob, who was known to you?
yes.
All right, and can you describe Big Rob for us? What did he look like?
Heavy set, African American, early 20s,
All right.
brush cut hair, black hair, brown eyes.
I'm showing you what's been previously entered into evidence as states 7. You can look on your screen. Is that Big Rob?
Yes,
So tell us how you met Big Rob.
I met Big Rob through Chucky. Just going to Chucky's house, Big Rob was sometimes there, and then eventually sometimes Chucky would be at Big Rob's house, and I was going to either pick him up and drop him off somewhere.
You said you picked him up and dropped him off?
Or drop him off.
And when you say him, who do you mean?
Chucky.
Okay. Had you ever been to Big Rob's house?
Yes,
Have you been inside Big Rob's house?
no.
So when you say you've been there, what do you mean?
So a lot of times there was cars in the driveway, so I would just pull alongside the road, and he would either get in or out, but I never went in the house.
So there's a lot of people we're talking about. So when you say he, who do you mean?
Big Rob.
Okay, perfect. Big Rob, okay. So did you ever personally hang out with Big Rob outside of your friendship with Dietrich Williams?
Hang out?
Yes.
We've been somewhere where Dietrich wasn't with us, yes.
Okay. Were you two, would you consider him a close friend of yours?
Big Rob?
Yes.
No.
Okay. How long had you known Big Rob prior to the case that we're here for today, where Jahseh Onfroy was murdered?
Not that long, a few months.
A few months. How many times would you say that you saw Big Rob throughout those few months?
I don't have an exact number, but less than 100.
Okay. Is it more than 50?
Somewhere around 50, maybe less.
Maybe less? Okay. And let's now talk about someone known to you as Trey. Do you know someone by the name of Trey?
Yes.
Okay. And how do you know someone by the name of Trey?
Through Dietrich Williams.
All right. And do you know his real name?
I do now.
Well,
Then
without
no.
knowing anything about the case, yes.
No.
Okay. So you only knew him as Trey, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And how did you meet Trey?
Through Dietrich Williams.
Was it at someone's house? Where was it?
I believe the first time I saw him was at Chucky's house.
Chucky's house, Dietrich Williams' house.
Yes.
All right. Do you see someone that you know as Trey in the courtroom?
Yes.
Can you please identify him? I'm still gonna do my case, Your Honor. Do you,
Thank you. Okay, but
Yes.
proceed.
can you please identify him by an article of clothing?
The gray jacket.
You said gray jacket?
Yeah.
Well, there's a few people sitting at that
No,
table with a
he
gray
has on a
jacket.
tie.
Well, you men have a tie on. What color
so
shirt
gray
is he wearing?
blue.
Blue? Okay, so is it this gentleman right here?
Yes.
All right. How long had you known Trey prior to the homicide that we're here for today?
Not that long.
What's not that long?
A few months.
Did you know him less time than you knew Big Rob?
Yes.
All right. Now, let's talk about Michael, or Boatwright, someone you knew as Boatwright. How did you meet someone that you know as Boatwright?
Through Deidre Williams.
Did you meet him also at Deidre Williams' home?
Yes.
How long had you known Boatwright prior to the homicide?
A few months.
A few months?
Yeah.
The same amount of time as you knew Big Rob?
Yes.
All right. And do you see someone that you know as Boatwright in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Can you please identify him by an article of clothing?
A black jacket. With
There's a few people there with a black jacket. What color tie?
black.
Black. Okay, and what color shirt?
Green, blue looking.
Okay. Your Honor, let the record reflect the witnesses identified the defendant, Michael Boatwright in this case, as well as Trayvon Newsom.
So noted as both.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right, so let's talk a little bit about June 17th of 2018. Did you get a call from Deidre Williams that day?
Yes.
Were you asked to potentially rent a vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us a little bit about that conversation with Deidre Williams?
Objection, hearsay.
Rephrase.
Party opponent statement, Your Honor. You can tell us.
So I received a call from Chucky stating that,
Object, hearsay.
You can answer.
saying that Big Rob wanted to rent a car, but because Chucky, Deidre Williams wasn't gonna be present, I asked him to have Big Rob call me directly.
Okay, when you say not present, was it because he was working? What was he doing?
He was working at the time.
Okay. And what time did this call come in, if you recall?
I don't remember.
You don't remember. All right, that's okay. And eventually, do you speak with Big Rob yourself?
Yes.
All right, and what was the plan once you spoke with Big Rob?
Objection, hearsay.
Question itself.
What was the plan? You can answer.
The plan was to pick him up to pick up Big Rob from his house. We would go to the bank, deposit the money for the rental car, and then pick up the rental car, and then it would then become in his possession.
And when you say his possession, who do you mean?
Big Rob.
All right. So do you eventually drive to Big Rob's house?
Yes.
Where did Big Rob live in relation to you?
Less than 5 minutes.
And where did Deidre Williams live in relation to you?
At least 20 minutes away.
So which city was Deidre Williams living in at the time?
Pompano Beach.
And where was Big Rob living?
Fort Lauderdale.
All right. So you drive over to Big Rob's house. Was anyone else there when you got there?
Yes.
Who was there?
Boatwright.
Oh, right. And do you all eventually go somewhere together?
Yes.
Where do you go?
We go first to the bank, and then we drive to the city of Miramar to pick up the car.
All right, let's talk about the bank first. Who gave you the money?
Big Rob.
How much money, if you recall?
Less than 100, so somewhere between $80 and $90.
All right, and was the purpose of going to the bank to deposit that money?
Yes.
Once you deposit that money, you said you drove to Miramar, correct?
Yes.
Do Big Rob and Boatwright also go with you?
Yes.
What was the plan once you got to Miramar to pick up the car?
That I would pick up the car because I had to be the one to pick it up from the owner, and then we would drive somewhere so that they can take, well, Big Rob can take the car, and they were going to Deidre Williams' house.
Great. So how did you rent this car?
Through an app called Toro.
An app called Toro. Have you used that app before?
Yes.
And in order to have an account with Turo, what kind of documents do you need to upload?
The valid photo ID or driver's license, and you would need a debit or credit card.
All right. So you did that, correct?
Yes.
Do you recall what type of car you ended up renting on that day?
A Dodge Journey.
Do you remember the color by any chance?
Black.
Black. So because you're the renter, is it safe to say that you're the one that has to pick it up?
Yes.
So when you go to Miramar to pick up the vehicle, walk us through how that went down.
I got out the car. I believe I had texted the lady that I was outside, or I might have not done it, but I don't remember exactly. We did the inspection of the car. She gave me the keys. I got in the journey. Big Rob then became the driver of my personal car, and Boatwright got in my car, and I drive the journey, and then we switched cars.
When you say Boatwright got in your car, which car do you mean? Because technically they both were yours.
Well, not the rental car, my personal car.
Your personal car with Big Rob.
Yes.
Okay. So at what point do you switch cars to give the Dodge Journey to Big Rob and Boatwright?
On Miramar Parkway and 441.
At this time, do you hear any conversations that Dietrich Williams is having with Big Rob?
Objection, Jahseh.
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
And what was that conversation?
That they were on the way to his house, to Dietrich Williams' house.
You caught what I was gonna ask you next. So they were on their way to Dietrich Williams' house. All right. At that point, once you switch vehicles and you get your personal car back, do you hear anything else about the Dodge Journey at that point that day?
No,
At what time did you rent that vehicle, the Dodge Journey?
I don't remember.
Was it daytime, nighttime, do you recall?
I would say late evening.
Late evening, all right. Now let's talk about Monday, June 18th, 2018, the next day. Actually, before we get there, do you recall how long the rental was for?
1 day.
1 day. So let's now talk about that Monday, June 18th, 2018. What did you do that day?
I went to work.
Okay, and did you work those hours you told us about before with Seminole Gaming, 8:30 to 4:30, I think you said?
8 to 4:30.
8 to 4:30. Did you hear from Dietrich Williams at all that morning?
In the morning, no.
Did you hear from Big Rob at all that morning?
No.
Did you hear from Michael Boatwright at all that morning?
No.
Did you hear from Trayvon Newsom at all that morning?
No.
So you went to work. Do you hear anything about the Dodge Journey while you're at work?
No.
At some point, you get off work, correct?
Yes.
And where do you go from there?
Home.
When you get home, are any of the defendants there with you?
Not immediately, but sometime after Dietrich Williams did come to my house.
How long did it take you to get home from work each day, approximately?
No more than 30 minutes.
All right, so if you got up at 4:30, is it safe to say you're usually around home by 5, pending
Yes.
potentially 95 traffic?
Yes.
Okay. So you get home around 5. How long after you're home do you see one of the defendants?
About 30 minutes.
30 minutes, so approximately 5:30?
Yes.
And who do you see?
Dietrich Williams.
Did he show up to your house?
Yes.
Do you know how he got to your house?
I don't recall.
When he gets there, what was his demeanor like?
He was calm.
Calm. And did he tell you anything about his day?
No.
Objection, Jahseh.
Did he mention anything about a homicide?
No.
Did he mention anything about a robbery?
No.
At some point, do you get a phone call regarding the Dodge Journey that you rented?
Yes.
Who called you?
The call came from Big Rob's phone, but it was Boatwright on the phone.
How do you know that?
They don't sound alike.
And you knew their voices?
Yes.
All right. And what does Boatwright tell you while he called you?
Objection, Jahseh.
That they got into an accident.
And when he says they, who does he mean?
Well, after accident, he said Trace was driving.
All right. And based on this information, do you tell Dietrich?
Yes.
What's Dietrich's demeanor like now?
Upset.
All right. What happens from that phone call? Where does Dietrich go?
He goes to the scene of the crash.
How does he get to the scene of the crash?
My car.
Your car, you let him borrow it?
Yes.
All right. And do you hear anything from them while he's at the scene of the crash?
No.
At some point, do you meet up with Dietrich Williams, Michael Boatwright, and Big Rob?
Yes. They come back to my house. I never left.
You never left. All right. Was Trayvon Newsom with them at that time?
No.
When they get to your house, are you all discussing the crash and what happened?
Yes.
Tell us a little bit about the discussion that the three of them were having.
Objection, Jahseh.
And Judge, all laws the same objection as approved anything regarding.
You may answer.
So the conversation was who was going to be responsible for the damages. Deidre Williams was not there during the time of the crash, so they basically were arguing as to who would be paying for it because he felt he shouldn't have to pay for it because he wasn't there when it happened.
When you say it happened, you mean the crash?
The crash,
Okay. And at some point, does everyone hand you money?
yes.
Describe the money that you saw in their hands.
$100 denominations on crispy bills.
$100
Denominations, so $100
Sorry.
bills and they were all crispy bills.
crispy bills, okay. How much money did they give you?
$1,000.
All right, do you recall how much each person gave you?
No,
No. You get the $1,000, do you end up speaking to the woman who rented the car to you?
yes,
Without telling me what she said, at some point, do you go meet with her?
yes,
Was it that same day?
yes,
Does anyone go with you?
yes.
Who?
Tennille,
Who's Tennille?
at the time, Chucky's girlfriend.
Girlfriend. Did you know Tennille well?
Yes,
Were you friends with her as well?
yes,
Were you friends with her through Dietrich Williams?
yes.
So where do you meet this woman who rented the vehicle to you with Tennille?
Back at the car owner's house in Millville.
And do you hand her the money?
Yes,
At some point, do you come back to your home and discuss anything else with the defendants about the crash?
yes,
What was that discussion?
Objection, hearsay.
once the vehicle was back in the owner's possession, who was gonna pay for the damages?
Okay. After that, did you have any more involvement regarding this case prior to anyone being arrested?
No,
At some point, you learn that Dietrich Williams is arrested, correct?
yes,
Were you with him the day he was arrested?
yes,
After he's arrested, actually, let me strike that for a second. Do you also know that Big Rob is arrested at some point in this case?
yes,
And after Big Rob is arrested, did you happen to have any conversations with him about this case?
yes,
What did he say to you?
Objection, hearsay.
Did you have any conversations with Dietrich Williams after he was arrested?
yes.
What did he tell you?
Objection, hearsay.
You can answer.
That he was sorry, he apologized, and he didn't mean to get me caught up with it.
Your Honor, one moment. Ms. Robinson, just a few more questions. I know I asked you about your relationship with Mr. Williams, but at any time, did you date any of the other defendants in this case?
No,
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Cross on behalf of Mr. Williams.
Yes, sir.
Good morning.
good morning.
How are you?
Okay.
We just ask a couple questions, okay?
Okay.
So you testified that you rented a car for Big Rob, correct?
Yes,
Okay. How many often would that happen?
do I have to answer that?
Let me ask you this. If Big Rob took that stand and said that you were renting cars for him every day, would that be a lie?
Yes,
If Big Rob took the stand and said that you were renting cars for anybody every day, would that be a lie?
yes,
How often would you talk to Big Rob on the phone?
not that often.
If he took the stand and said that he talked to you every other day, would that be a lie?
Yes,
Did Big Rob or did anybody tell you the reason they were renting, that they needed to rent a car?
no,
Now, during the time that you knew Big Rob and you knew Diedrich Williams, Was it common for them to use each other's phones when they needed to? Like if someone needed to use a call, would they interchangeably use each other's phones?
No,
Now, you know that, you stated that Chucky didn't have a job, correct?
he didn't tattoo.
Okay, so that's what I was getting at. He actually tattooed people for money, correct?
Yes,
And when people paid him for the work that he did tattooing, that would always be cash, correct?
I wasn't there when he always got paid, so I don't know.
Was it common for Chucky to have cash?
Yes,
Now, you had the opportunity to speak with Big Rob and have some type of friendship with him, correct?
yes,
Did you know that he was a drug dealer?
no,
Objection, Your Honor, relevant.
Sustained jury, Mr. Bauer.
So on June 17th, the car that was rented was for Big Rob, correct?
yes,
And on June 18th, when you first saw Diedrich was acting calm, correct?
yes,
And it was clear with the discussions that you had with Boatwright and with Allen, that Diedrich was not part of that motor vehicle accident, correct?
correct,
And when you said that they gave you money and they gave you $100 bills, that money didn't come from Diedrich Williams?
it did,
And he gave you all that money?
no,
They gave you some. Some people gave some and some people gave the other amounts?
yes,
Do you know how much different people gave?
no,
Now, you stated that Diedrich apologized to you about your involvement in this, correct?
yes,
Besides the general apology, did he get into any other specifics regarding whether a crime was committed or anything like that, or just apologize?
just apologize.
Just a second, Judge. No further questions, Judge. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. On behalf of
Yes.
Good morning, Ms. Roberts.
Good morning.
Ms. Robertson, you testified that you got to know Trayvon through Big Rock, correct?
No, Diedrich Williams.
Or through Diedrich Williams, okay. I'm sorry. Now, on June 17th of 2018, you talked about some conversations that happened regarding renting a car, correct?
Yes,
Was Trayvon Newsom part of any of those conversations?
no,
On the 18th, the car was picked up and rented, and you know there's been some allegations after that, correct?
yes,
Was Trayvon Newsom anywhere involved on the 18th, as far as you know?
But Boatwright said that,
Well, forget about what he even told you. Did you see him?
no,
Wasn't there when you were there, correct?
no,
Now, do you have Trey's phone number?
no,
Would he have your phone number for any reason?
no,
So he really has no connection with you, or as far as you know, the rental of the car, correct?
correct.
But you did learn that Trayvon went to get the car back after it had been in an accident, correct?
When you say get the car back,
Yeah, to go to the scene where the accident was to let them know that what had happened with the car. Were you aware of that? If you weren't, it's fine. I just want to see.
well, I was told he was going back and driving when the accident occurred.
Right, but did you know that he went to the scene afterward, when the police were there and played the car?
Yeah, I was told he went to jail.
Do you know that a police report was generated as a result of this accident?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Nothing further.
Ms. Boatwright?
Good morning, Ms. Rock.
Good morning.
You testified that you knew Michael Boatwright as Boatwright, correct?
Yes,
You didn't even know his first name.
no,
Isn't it true that you never really interacted with him very much?
no,
You did or you did not interact with him very much?
I did not.
You didn't even have Mr. Boatwright's phone number, did you?
No,
And at the time, you didn't have any social media connections like Instagram with Mr. Boatwright.
no,
You testified on direct examination that when you were at work at the casino, you got a call from Robert Allen's phone.
I wasn't at work when the call came through. I was home.
I'm sorry. So you were at home when you got that call that came from Mr. Allen's phone,
Yes,
but it wasn't Mr. Allen.
no,
It was Mr. Boatwright.
yes,
And you're sure about that?
yes,
And how are you sure about that again?
because they don't, Robert Allen sounds nothing like Michael Boatwright.
So you knew that because you know what Michael Boatwright sounds like.
Yes,
And that was Michael Boatwright that gave you that call.
yes,
You testified that after the fact, after the accident, Mr. Williams, Mr. Allen, and Mr. Boatwright were at your residence, correct?
yes,
And during that time, you didn't see Mr. Boatwright possess any gun or firearm, correct?
no.
One moment. Nothing further. Thank you very much.
Regret?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. You are excused. Please do not discuss the testimony of any other witness. Stay 5 minutes.
Before we do that, Judge, can we just go over the timer?
Sure. experience, but a top 5. If they're free to use the restroom, it's 11:40. We're probably going to break for lunch around 12:30 or so. All right, council, make this quick.
Yes, thank you.
Wait.
Everybody's turning over.
I think so.
All right, come on.
What time does Your Honor intend on taking on this lunch break?
12:30.
Okay, so
12:30.
we'll at a natural break around that time. Those for entering.
Parties may be seated. Court will come to order. The parties are present here that are present. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. State upon your necks.
State calls to Neil Carter.
Raise your right hand and be sworn.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. You may be seated. Please state your full name, spelling your first and last name for the record.
Neil Carter, T-E-N-E-L-L, last name C-A-R-T-E-R.
You may inquire.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm just gonna give you some tissue for some of your gum so that we'll be able to hear you okay, all right? So just spit it out right there. Okay. Now speak nice and loud into the microphone. If you can project your voice as long as, or as high as I do, because I speak loud naturally, okay? Good morning, Ms. Carter. Can you introduce yourself to the jury and tell them what you do for a living?
My name is Neil, I'm a mother of 4, and I am a teacher of 12 years.
What subject do you teach?
I teach preschoolers, so it's all subjects.
Okay, so babies.
Yes.
Kids, okay. And how old are your kids?
14, 11, 10, and 9.
How long have you been in the field of teaching?
12 years.
Now, prior to that, or did you hold any other jobs during that time?
Yes, I took a break from teaching and I started working at the Hard Rock.
Okay. At the time you were working at the Hard Rock, what years were those?
2018, 19.
So during the time that you were working, the homicide that you're here for today occurred in June. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. I want to talk a little bit about your personal life at the time. Were you in a relationship with someone?
Yes.
June? You'll just have to let me finish. I know
Okay.
you're probably a little nervous.
A little.
Okay. Have you ever testified in court like this before?
No.
Okay. So just let me finish the conversation or the question and then you can answer, okay?
Okay.
All right. Now, at the time, June 2018, you were in a relationship with someone?
Yes.
Who were you in a relationship with?
Dietrich Williams.
How long had you been in a relationship with Dietrich Williams at that time in 2018?
A year and a half.
So sometime in 2016, you
Yes.
started your relationship?
Yes, ma'am.
And where were you living at that time?
In Liberty Park, Pompano Beach.
Who was living with you?
Me, Dietrich, our 4 kids, well, my 4 kids and his mom.
How long had you been living with, did you call him Dietrich or did you know him by a nickname?
No, Chucky.
Chucky, okay. So how long had you been in that living relationship with Chucky? And I'm talking about from 2018 during that time.
The whole relationship, basically.
Okay, so pretty much when the relationship started is when you guys started living together?
Yes.
And who was responsible for paying bills, for example?
Well, of course, at the beginning I was, and then we both just winged it. However it went.
Now, when you say, of course, at the beginning, did you solely pay the bills?
Yes, because it was my place.
And so Dietrich Williams was not helping you initially pay the bills?
Initially, I was staying there by myself, so I was paying the bills, but he was coming over, and once he fully moved in, we just gradually paid it how whoever paid.
What was he doing for employment during that time?
He was tattooing.
And where was he tattooing?
When we met, he was tattooing at his warehouse, but then he started doing it at home.
How soon after you met did Dietrich Williams start tattooing at the house?
Maybe like 2 months, a month or 2.
Okay, so during the time of June 2018, he was tattooing at the house?
Yes.
How many times would you say, for how many hours a day would he be tattooing?
All day, all night, if that's how he's booked.
Okay, are there days that there wouldn't be all day, all night?
Outside of us planning things, no, not really.
Okay, so consistently?
Yes,
He
ma'am.
was tattooing 8 or more hours a day?
Yes.
Do you know how much he would charge people for the tattoos?
No, it all depends on what they did.
Okay. What type of cash would that generate during that time?
A good amount.
What's a good amount?
Like I said, I don't know, it all depends on what's being done,
Okay.
honestly.
So, for example, had you ever seen him make $1,000 a week?
Yes, ma'am.
Had you ever seen him make $5,000 a week?
Not 5, but pretty much close to it.
Okay, a week. Had you ever seen him make $15,000 in 1 week?
No, ma'am.
So if he was to ever be in possession, say for example, of $15,000 in cash, that would be rare.
Actually calls for speculation.
You may answer.
I wouldn't necessarily say rare due to the fact he never had an account, so everything was on him. So I wouldn't be able to reflect how much he keeps on him.
Okay. Now, when he was tattooing at the house, where were you?
Home, work most of the time. If it's in the evening, home.
And who would care for the children?
Myself.
So when you're at work, who would
They're
care
at
for the
school.
You have to let me finish. I know you probably know what I'm gonna say, but let me get the whole question out, because this nice young lady in front of you, typing very fast, she can only take one of us down at a time, okay? While you were at work, who would care for the children?
They'll be in school.
And when they weren't at school, was there aftercare, or were you home by then?
Aftercare until I get off work.
Was there ever a time that Dietrich Williams had to care for the children while you were working or busy?
Yes.
Okay. And so how would that be accomplished if he's also tattooing?
Because my home is a child-friendly home, so it was always things for them to do. And due to the fact that his area was more closer to the back door, we had fenced yard, trampoline, everything in the backyard. So they was free to go out, go in their rooms, be wherever they want to be, because he was able to see them.
Okay. And the tattooing would happen inside the home, or was there like a garage area or a porch area?
No, inside the home.
Okay, so you're saying that on any given time, it's possible that he could have made $15,000 in 1 week tattooing inside your house? You can answer.
I wouldn't necessarily say at one time, no, not
Okay.
for a week.
Okay, fair enough. How long were you in a relationship with Dietrich Williams total?
Rough almost 2 years.
Do you see him in this courtroom today?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you please identify him by an article of clothing and where he's seated in relation to you?
Yes, he's to my right on the end with the light blue shirt with the bow tie.
Okay, let the record reflect an in-court identification of the co-defendant Dietrich Williams in this case, please.
So noted.
All right, there came a point in time in June of 2018 that there's an incident that occurred, the reason why you're here. Do you recall that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Where were you that day?
Work
Where were you working?
at the Hard Rock.
And what was your shift that day?
7 to 7 because I was still freshly new, so I was under training.
Okay, and so what time would you leave home? For a 7 a.m. shift?
About 6:45, depending.
And what time would you get home from a 7 p.m. shift ending?
Close to 8.
So safe to say you were gone the entire day from around 6:45 until you returned, until around 8 p.m. that day? Okay. And who was caring for your children that day?
The school, they was in school. Everybody except my youngest daughter, she was home.
What did Dietrich Williams tell you on that day that he was going to be doing that day?
Just tattooing.
Just tattooing? Yeah. Okay. Were you aware, were there any plans for him to leave or go anywhere outside of the home?
No.
Is that something that he would communicate to you?
Yes.
He was going to leave?
Yes, but at that time, due to I was working at the Hard Rock, no cell phones or anything, so.
No, I don't know.
Yeah,
So tell us.
Yeah, no cell phones due to the facility that I was working in, so either way it goes, I wouldn't know if he had other plans.
Okay. Was he in the habit, and during that time, would he text you even if you couldn't respond? Say, hey, I'm stepping out, or I'm going to pick up the kids, or anything like that?
Yes.
Okay. So did you have any missed text messages from Dietrich Williams saying that he was leaving the home?
No.
Did you have any missed text messages from Dietrich Williams saying that he was stepping out with his friends?
No.
How about that he was going to go to a store, for example, like Riva or any store?
No.
At some point, you learned that he wasn't at home during that time, correct?
Correct.
How did you find that out?
Later that night.
What time?
I don't know, around the time I made it home.
Okay, so around
8-ish.
8-ish p.m.
Yes.
In the evening for sure.
Yes.
What first alerted you to the fact that something had happened that day?
I got a call from Tony.
Tony who?
Tony Robinson.
Okay. Did Dietrich Williams say anything to you about something happening that day?
Later that night? Yes.
What time? What time did he say something to you that something had happened earlier that day?
It had to be around 9-ish.
Okay. What did he say happened? And I'm asking you specifically as to what happened to him. Did he say where he was?
Yes, he told me where he was.
Where did Dietrich Williams tell you that he was earlier that day?
He told me he went to Riva.
Did he tell you why he went to Riva?
To get parts for his bike.
Parts?
Yes.
Did he mention anything about purchasing a mask?
No, ma'am.
Had you known Dietrich Williams to wear masks when he rides motorbikes?
Yes, ma'am.
Had you ever seen him wearing masks before?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so that particular day, he told you he was buying parts?
Yes.
Did he tell you that he was alone or that he was with other people generally?
No, he told me he was with other people.
Okay, did he tell you how many people he was with? It's just yes or no.
Yes.
How many people did he tell you that he was with?
3.
So total, based on what he's telling you, it was 4 of them that went to Riva, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Did he tell you how he traveled to Riva?
Yes.
How did he travel to Riva?
He was in a car.
Do you know did he have his own vehicle?
No.
Do you know whose car he was traveling in?
No.
Did you ask?
No. I asked him like who he was with, but as far as whose vehicle, no.
Okay. Did he tell you who was driving the car?
Yes.
Who did he say was driving the car to Riva? Did he tell you that he was driving the car to
No.
Riva? Okay. Did he at some point, and now I know I'm gonna get into potentially what he told you about whether or not he was driving the car, that came later. But initially, did you receive information from Dietrich Williams that he was present and driving in the car?
No, ma'am.
Did you later learn that he was driving the car?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And did you later learn that he was present during a shooting that occurred taking the life of Jahseh Onfroy?
Yes, ma'am.
Dietrich Williams actually told you that he was present during the robbery and the homicide of Jahseh Onfroy, did he not?
Yes, ma'am.
He told you that he witnessed it,
Yes.
correct? And did he also tell you that that he believed that it wasn't supposed to go down like that or something to that effect?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did he tell you that he saw the shooter
Yes.
and that he knew who the shooter was
Yes.
personally? Did he tell you that he also saw the robbery occur by the shooter and another gunman, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And he told you he knew them personally?
Yes.
Did he ever tell you that the shooting of Jahseh Onfroy had anything to do with drink?
No, ma'am.
During any time in your relationship, Dietrich Williams never mentioned anything about Drake,
No, ma'am.
about Migos,
No.
about any Toronto connections,
No.
about anybody named DJ Archimedes?
No.
How about any other rappers or Joe Budden? Did he mention any of those people?
No.
Anything that he mentioned regarding the homicide, he told you he knew why it happened and that he was there, correct?
Yes.
Did he tell you that he was in the Dodge Journey? Are you aware that there was a Dodge Journey that was rented that day?
After the fact, I wasn't there.
After the fact. Did he tell you that he was in that Dodge Journey?
He didn't say what kind of car, but
That he was in the car with the 3 other people?
correct.
Did you ever see in your home the alleged parts that he claimed he was purchasing that day? Did he point out and say, hey babe, these are the parts that I purchased at Riva?
No.
Either that day or by the following day, did Dietrich Williams have an influx of cash on him?
Not that I was aware of, no.
Okay, so he didn't share with you that he suddenly came into $15,000 in cash?
No.
You can answer.
No.
There came a point in time when he was arrested for what actually happened at Riva, correct?
Yes.
The conversations that you had with him about his involvement as to what happened at Riva came before the arrest, correct?
Correct.
And there was some times that you had actually talked to him about it after he was arrested, correct?
Correct.
Did he ask you to change your statement about what you initially said and knew about his involvement in the homicide?
No, ma'am.
Did he ask you to file an affidavit saying that you were mistaken about who was driving?
No, ma'am.
Okay, do you recall filing an affidavit?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall saying that he was the one, Dietrich Williams was the one, that told you and requested for you to file that affidavit?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so he did ask you to change your testimony?
Yes. Well, not necessarily change it because it was made from the get-go. It was never stated that way.
He wanted you to say that he was not the driver, correct? Okay. You need a break?
Yes.
Sidebar, please. So I'm going to show you what has been marked for identification as States Composite L. Your Honor, may I approach, please? Ms. Carter, can you please take a look at state L for identification and just look at it to yourself quietly and look up after you've had an opportunity to review it. Do you recall?
Yes.
And does it fairly and accurately represent what you reviewed back in 2018 and signed off? That's your signature, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
At this time, I move into evidence that states L as an expert exhibit. I believe it's 12 or 13? 12.
No objection, Your Honor.
7 pages.
Seven. No objection. Without objection, what was previously marked states L for identification shall be received in evidence as states 12 and may publish at will.
Thank you. I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification. M, like Michael. May I approach her? Ms. Carter, please take a look at states M for identification, look at all the pages, review it, and just look up and to let me know that you've finished reviewing it. Do you recognize states M?
Yes.
How do you recognize states M?
I initialed it as well.
And does it fairly and accurately represent what you reviewed back in 2018 and identified with your signature, initials, and date?
Yes.
At this time, I move into evidence what's been marked for identification as states M as states 13.
Thank you. No objection.
Without objection, what was previously marked states M for identification shall be received in evidence as states 13. You may publish at will, taking deposit of 7.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. I'm now going to show you what's been marked for identification as states N like Nancy. May I approach Your Honor? Same language.
I do have an objection to this particular exhibit. Have you heard so far?
Sure. All right, you still have to.
Yes. You said that I could approach, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Carter, please take a look at states N, and same as the other two exhibits. If you can take a look at them and just look up after you've had an opportunity to review them, please. Do you recognize states N?
Yes,
How do you recognize states N?
initially.
Okay, and is it the same or accurate as when you reviewed it in 2018, when you initialed it and dated it?
Yes.
At this time, I move into evidence states N as states 14.
Subject to my relevant objection, Judge.
Noted.
Same, Judge.
All right, what was previously marked states N for identification shall be received in evidence as states 14, clause 7.
Thank you,
Very
Judge.
publishable.
Okay, during that time frame, and I'm just talking about June, it could be a little bit before June, a little bit after June, but around June of 2018, when Dietrich Williams was living with you, who did he hang out with?
I had a few people.
Okay, let me be very specific. Did you ever see him hang out with somebody known to you as Boatwright?
Yes,
How often would he hang out with Boatwright?
quite often.
Give us a time frame. Several times a week, several times a month?
Maybe once or twice out the week at the most.
Okay, and Boatwright, as you knew him, would come over to your house?
Yes, well, sometimes.
Were you ever aware of Dietrich Williams hanging out wherever Boatwright lived, or them hanging out outside of your house?
Yes.
Okay. And how about somebody who was known to you as Trey or Trayvon?
Yes.
How do you know, or how close was Dietrich Williams to Trayvon during this time frame?
Not that close.
Okay. Did you ever see them hanging out?
Not really.
How did you come to know Trey or Trayvon?
He came to my house a couple of times.
Okay, so you would see him hanging out with Dietrich Williams at your house?
I wouldn't necessarily call it hanging out, but yes.
Okay, well, I'm calling it hanging out. We'll
Okay,
call it
yes.
hanging out. So you would see them at the house together?
Yes.
Okay. So how about Robert Allen? Or sometimes he was known as Big Rob. Did Dietrich Williams and Big Rob, were they friends during that time too?
Yes.
And how close were Dietrich Williams and Robert Allen?
They were close.
How often would you see them hang out?
Around that time, not necessarily hang out, we'll go over there, but
Okay, did you see Robert Allen at your house? When I say hanging out, that I'm encompassing hanging out, could be doing tattooing, whatever, but at your house?
No.
Okay. Were you aware that Dietrich Williams would be outside of your house, maybe hanging out or going places with Robert Allen?
yes.
Okay. And the same with Trayvon Newsom. You'd be outside of your house, going places or hanging out with Trayvon Newsom?
Yes.
And how about Michael Boatwright? Would he be outside of your house, hanging out or going places with Michael Boatwright?
Yes.
Okay. Now, do you see the person that you know as Michael Boatwright in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Can you please identify him by an article of clothing and where he's seated?
Yes. He's to my right with the black suit on, like the blue shirt with the tie.
Okay. What color race is he?
Black.
Okay. At this time, Your Honor, I'd ask for the record to reflect an in-court identification of Michael Boatwright.
So noted.
Do you see the person in the courtroom today that you've identified as Trey or Trayvon Newsom that you knew to hang out with Dietrich Williams?
Yes.
Can you please identify him by an article of clothing and where he's seated in the courtroom?
He has on the light gray with the turquoise shirt underneath, with the bow tie.
And what race is he?
Not the bow tie, but
He's black.
Okay, a tie?
Yes.
Okay. Please let the record reflect an in-court identification of co-defendant Trayvon Newsome. All right, and I'm gonna also show you what has been entered into evidence, starting with states 12. Now, after the homicide occurred, you were visited and gave a statement to Broward Sheriff's Office regarding anything that you may have known concerning what happened, correct?
Yes.
Were you asked to identify people that knew Chucky or Dietrich Williams at that time?
Yes.
And that were hanging out with him at that time?
Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna show you Exhibit 12 that you've already identified. Okay, and so you recall reviewing this exhibit on June 29th of 2018?
Yes.
And when you reviewed the exhibit, were you given an opportunity to look at all of the photographs, take your time, and ask to select who you knew as Robert Allen, or who you identified as Robert Allen?
Yes.
Did anyone suggest to you that you should pick one person over the other?
No.
And so you went through each page. And what were the instructions of what you were to do if you recognized anyone?
Initial.
And you stopped on the last page and you initialed this person as Robert Allen, correct?
Yes.
Who you also knew as Big Rob.
Correct.
I'm now showing you what's been entered into evidence as State 13. Similar to States 12, you were given an opportunity to review all of the pages in States 13, correct?
Correct.
Were you given similar instructions to go through, take your time, and to select who you knew as Michael Boatwright?
Yes.
And were you pressured to pick any one picture over the other?
No.
And what were the instructions that you were given when if you happened upon a picture that you recognized?
So initially.
And when you came to this photograph, you recognized this photograph as who you knew as Michael Boatwright, correct?
Yes.
And that's your initial and the date down at the bottom?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been entered into evidence as State 14. Similar to States 11 and or 12 and 13, were you given an opportunity to review all the pages in this exhibit?
Yes.
And were you given an instruction that you are to select whoever it is that you recognize?
Yes.
Were you pressured to pick any one picture over the other?
No.
And what were the instructions that you were given when you happened upon a picture if you recognized the person?
Initially.
And you came upon this picture and you recognize this person, correct?
Yes.
Who did you recognize this person to be?
Prejudice.
And that's your signature, and you dated it right there at the bottom at 6/29 as recognizing Trayvon Newsom?
Yes.
I'm gonna pause, Your Honor, I think at this time pursuant to the court's instructions for lunch.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is 12:30. We do now on Thursday. So that's a each time of break. And one of these times we have you guys actually put some site. Not form any definite or fixed opinions, merits, case to hear all the evidence, arguments, counsel, instructions on the law by me. Until that time, you must not discuss this case even among yourselves. During the course of the trial, court will take regular recesses during which you will be separated by personal affairs. During these recesses, you should not discuss the case with anyone or permit anyone to say anything to you in your presence. That he does. Tell me on the jury, ask him to stop, leave him at once, report the matter among my deputies who will advise me on the appropriate action. If you see counsel, witness, and defense, anyone else associated with the case out in the hallway, they will ignore you. They are not being rude. All right, have a great lunch. We'll see you at 2. Good recess. And for the,
Can I just ask outside the presence of the jury?
yes.
What, because we don't know what
Right.
was the issue that the witness had that caused her to alert the attorney.
Yes.
So what,
Yeah.
you tried to alert us, or alert me, that was question, I guess,
Right.
was wading into something, or was there an issue in the gallery? What was happening that made you raise your hand for a break?
Oh, no, it was just what you was asking.
Okay, what was it that I was asking that was unclear? Let me know so that I can clarify that.
Because you asked me what's the letter written to clear up, which it was written on another situation. It wasn't to clear anything but myself because of hearsay.
Hearsay about what?
About the letter.
Right, you can say it now, whatever it
okay.
is, you can say it now. So what was the issue?
No, because there was just the streets talking, saying that my name was put up in, identifying, and it was brought to my attention by him. So I said, okay, I'm gonna clear it up because I know it never came from me. So I don't know where exactly did it come from.
Okay, so when you say the streets, you're just saying people, there were rumors?
Yes.
And so you're saying, because it's my understanding that Dietrich Williams brought it up to you and then said for you to clear it up by writing this affidavit?
Correct.
Okay, so when I'm asking you about that, is that clear that you can answer without getting into hearsay of what other people told you?
Yes.
Okay?
But it's the way you wording it.
Okay, so I'm gonna circle back to that because I didn't wanna wade into the water of something that the jury can't know. So I'm gonna circle back to that after lunch.
Okay.
So that you're clear. I'll find an artful way to ask it, but that's what I'm asking, okay? Not about any hearsay or anything that you're not supposed to testify about. I only wanna know what Dietrich Williams told you.
Okay.
Okay?
Thank you. All right, so since you're still on the stand, you're still on the road, you're free to go to lunch, whatever. Don't discuss the case with anyone, don't discuss your testimony with anyone, all right?
Okay.
Very good. And
You know to be here
be
back.
back 5 minutes to 2.
Okay.
5 minutes before jury.
You can eat,
Everyone else,
you can
5 minutes.
take a break or whatever, but just be back by the time the judge said, okay?
Okay.
All right, you're good to go. Thank you. What is that? You can leave it at the state's table. Is that your transcripts? I'll take it for you. And if you happen to be chewing gum, spit it out. It's okay. I'm sorry, but it's just, you can't be chewing gum while you're testifying. So that the jury, oh, they can see it. Okay. All right, here. Thank you. Thank you.
Students wait.
Me? Oh, when you did like this, I didn't know who you were beckoning. Okay.
They're done. They're done, yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
They're all ready to go.
Yes, ma'am.
Bring them up. Parties may be seated. Court will come to order. The parties are present. The jurors are present. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Welcome back. Once again, I trust you were able to follow the court's directions. All right. When last we met, the witness was on the stand. Ma'am, you're still under oath. State you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Carter.
Good afternoon.
Now, I'm calling you Ms. Carter, but you also at some point called yourself Mrs. Williams, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Why is that?
Because we were engaged.
Okay. So when you previously were, I guess you came up in the investigation and you were questioned, you actually identified yourself as Tennille Williams, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you consider yourself, I know you said you were engaged, but did you consider yourself like husband and wife?
Yes.
And you were never legally married?
No, ma'am.
Safe to say you loved the defendant a lot, especially during that time?
Yes, ma'am.
Didn't want to see him getting into trouble, certainly, correct?
Ma'am.
So there came a point in time, this is after the homicide, after Dietrich, who you knew as Chucky, was arrested, I believe it was sometime in 2021 after the homicide, where you were speaking to Mr. Williams. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And it came up on his suggestion that you were to.
Objection, Judge Lee.
Now, this is what we talked about via sidebar.
Overruled. All ayes and ayes.
Thank you. It came up via your suggestion, or his suggestion, his being Chucky, that you should, or there was an implication that you should write an affidavit clearing up some things. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
And what he wanted you to do was to write an affidavit saying that he was not the driver as part of this homicide, correct?
Correct.
Did you actually file that affidavit?
What do you mean by that?
Well, I'm using a lawyer term. Did you sign that affidavit,
Yes, ma'am, I did.
notarize it,
Yes.
and then submit it to Judge Yusan
Yes.
after you signed and notarized it?
Yes, ma'am.
You wanted the judge to know that according to whatever it was that you were going to say, that Chucky was not the driver.
Correct.
Did he ask you to complete that affidavit?
Yes.
Was it that he was basically telling you or talking to you about accusing you of certain things that were being said against him?
It wasn't more so of him accusing, it was everybody else.
But he was bringing it up.
Correct.
and you'd agree, never mind anybody else, especially certainly anybody that's not here or involved in this case, but you'd agree that you saying to the judge or the court that Dietrich Williams is not the driver in this homicide benefits Dietrich Williams. You'd agree with that?
Correct.
At the time that you were asked by Dietrich Williams to state that he was not the driver, you had already given your statement to BSO, correct?
Correct.
You were already listed as a state witness, correct?
Correct.
In addition to his request about this affidavit for you to file, you also talked to him about what you were going to put in the affidavit, correct?
Correct.
And even after, and I say file because that's kind of like how lawyers speak, but even after you signed and notarized the affidavit and then mailed it in to Judge Yusan, you spoke to Dietrich Williams after confirming that you had done that so that he knows you actually did it, correct? Now, before the break, we talked about how you knew each defendant in this case. You recall that? And then we went over the pictures that you previously had picked out. When you observed Trayvon Newsome at your house, do you remember observing him at your house before?
Yes.
Okay, and this is around the time, when I say around the time, back in 2018, prior to the homicide.
Yes.
How long had you known Trayvon Newsome or knew him as Chucky's friend around that time?
Maybe like a month or two.
Okay, so we're talking about a very tight time frame, like a month before the homicide?
Yes.
And when you observed him being Trayvon Newsome at your house, what were your observations about him? Was he very friendly with Chucky or was he quiet?
He was quiet.
Did he seem to be closer friends with Michael Boatwright or? Did you observe him with Michael Boatwright as well?
Yes.
Him being Trayvon Newsome?
Yes.
So at any given time in the month that I'm talking about, you observed your then fiance, Dietrich Williams, known as Chucky, at your house.
Yes.
With Trayvon Newsome.
Yes.
And with Michael Boatwright.
Yes.
All three together at one point.
Yes.
How many times did you see them together like that in the month before the homicide?
Maybe 3 or 4. Not that many.
And at the times that you observed the three of them together, what were your observations as to how close, or the friendship, based on whatever you could observe, how much they talked, joked, or whatever, between Michael Boatwright and Trayvon Newsome and Chucky?
What do you mean?
Okay. Did it appear to you that Trayvon Newsome was closer with Michael Boatwright than he was with Chucky?
At the time, yes.
I know that, for instance, I just asked you about the letter that you wrote to the court, to actually Judge Yusan, about it benefiting Dietrich Williams, but because you loved him, you wanted to protect him. Would you agree? You can answer. You didn't want to see him in trouble.
No, that wasn't. No, not at that time, no.
Okay, were you together at that time?
No.
In a relationship?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so safe to say you weren't doing anything out of like, you ever heard what lover's scorn is? You know what that is?
No.
Okay. And you understand that lover's scorn is when two people aren't together, one of the two parties tries to get each other back.
Rephrase,
Did you have any vendetta against Dietrich Williams after you guys broke up?
What does that word mean? I'm sorry.
Okay, it's
I
okay.
didn't know that.
I'll rephrase it. That's not a problem. Did you want to get revenge, or did you feel like you wanted to hurt Dietrich Williams by hurting his chances in court after you guys broke up?
No.
Okay. You're not together today, correct?
No, ma'am.
So are you testifying because you want to get him back, or you have some type of, the word vendetta that I used, you have some type of grudge against him to get him back?
No, ma'am.
The 4 children that you were testifying earlier that you have, remember when you gave all of your children's ages?
Yes.
Do you have any children in common with Dietrich Williams?
No.
Now, at some point, when you initially gave a statement, it was either to Broward Sheriff's Office or State Attorney's Office. Do you remember the word being discussed with you about immunity?
Yes.
Do you know what that word means?
In a term, yes.
In a term, initially, did you even know what that word meant?
No.
Okay. So were you given any preferential treatment or any type of benefit to you personally in order for you to testify?
No.
Legally, meaning had you broken the law and you weren't arrested because you testified?
No.
Okay. You've never hired an attorney regarding any of your actions, correct?
No.
As far as you know, you've never broken any laws, correct?
Correct.
At the time of 2018, were you on social media?
Yes.
Were you social media friends with any of the co-defendants, your former fiance included?
I think just one.
Who?
I think Michael.
So you were social media friends with Michael Boatwright, you believe?
Yes, I think so.
You think it's possible you weren't?
Right.
Okay. Were you social media friends with Chucky?
Yes.
Do you recall at the time any images, and I'm talking about the month before or right after the homicide, where Chucky was flashing cash on Instagram?
Every other picture?
Okay. Had he previously done that before?
Yes.
Had you ever seen him flash upwards of $15,000 in cash before?
No.
The type of cash that he flashed before, do you remember, like, how much would it be? We're talking 20s, are we talking singles?
No, you really can tell.
Okay. Do you remember around the time of the homicide or immediately after the homicide where he was flashing a lot of cash?
No.
No further questions, Judge.
Last on behalf of Mr. Williams.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So you testified that Diedrich was a tattoo artist, correct?
Correct.
And when he would tattoo, he would get paid in cash.
Correct.
That's pretty much the only way people paid him. Is that true?
Correct.
And it would not be outside of the norm for him to make $1,000 a day.
In some instances, no.
And you've testified that he didn't have a bank account, correct?
Correct.
So he was the type of person that would basically squirrel all his cash and keep it on him, correct?
Correct.
So for him to have $15,000 cash would not be out of the ordinary.
Like I said, it depends on the time frame, depends on the time frame.
I understand. And bragging with cash is something that Diedrich did often. Would you agree with me?
Yes.
Now, Diedrich was an avid dirt bike rider, correct?
Correct.
And you testified that he would wear safety equipment like goggles and masks and things of that nature?
Correct.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification as defense C. Can I show you?
This is my source.
Yes.
And then your
A, my A, I'm sorry. Because I mistaken put them on. A, right.
I'll say.
Lieutenant Williams paid for identification.
Thank you. May I approach? I'm going to show you what's been marked as defense A. Can you take a look at that?
Yes.
Do you recognize that picture?
Yes.
How do you recognize that picture? Was it a
Because it's a picture of Diedrich I've seen before.
is it a picture that was on his Instagram or?
Yes.
Okay. And does this picture accurately depict the image that was posted on the social media?
Yes.
I move this to evidence at this time, Judge.
No objection.
Oh, no objection.
Without objection, what was previously marked defense A, evidence shall be received into evidence as defendant Williams 1, a photograph. You may publish.
Is that the photograph that you recognize from Diedrich's social media?
Yes.
And is the equipment that he's wearing, is that equipment that he would normally wear to ride dirt bike?
Yes.
And to your knowledge, was he would he often visit Riva for the purposes of buying equipment and things related to riding dirt bike?
Yes.
The state asked you regarding whether he had purchased parts for his dirt bike. Was that the statement that he gave? Was it that he had gone there to buy parts for his dirt bike, or that he actually went and got it? Like, was there?
And he was one that's a purchase owner.
Okay, but he didn't tell you that he actually purchased it.
No.
Now regarding this letter that you sent to the judge and that you filed, nobody forced you to do that?
No,
You did that voluntarily?
correct.
One moment, Judge. No further witness, no further questions.
All right, here's your exhibit.
Thank you.
I'm not Judge Robbery.
Counsel on behalf of the
Thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Carter.
Good afternoon.
Did you also know Robert Allen?
Yes,
He was around, he had the misfortune, these men had the misfortune of being around him a lot around that period of time, is that correct?
yes.
How often would you say he was around when you saw him with Trayvon Newsom? If ever?
I don't even know.
That's all I had, thank you so much.
Russ on behalf of the board.
Yes, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Carter.
Good afternoon.
You stated on direct that Diedrich did tattoos throughout the day, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You indicated that at some days he would do tattoos for 8 hours at a time?
Yes,
Would you agree that he had multiple people coming in and out of the house getting tattoos?
yes,
You would agree that he had a lot of friends, correct?
correct,
Friends in addition to Mr. Boatwright and Mr. Newsom?
correct,
Friends in addition to Mr. Allen?
correct.
And you knew the majority of these people, is that correct?
No.
Did you know some of his friends?
Somewhat,
Okay, you would agree, and I know this is a weird question, but you would agree that they were all different sizes, tall, short, skinny, fat?
correct,
Okay. You remember giving a deposition, correct?
yes,
And in that deposition, I showed you some photographs, is that correct?
correct,
And in those photographs, you were able to identify some of Mr. Williams's friends.
correct,
So you would agree that out of, I think I showed you 10 photos, you're able to identify multiple people that knew Mr. Williams around the time of the homicide, is that correct?
correct.
One moment, Rand. One moment, Rand. Mayor, may I approach?
Mayor.
Ms. Carter, I'm showing you a photograph that was shown to you during your deposition. Do you recognize this photo?
Yes,
And how do you recognize this photo?
on social media,
That was a photo that Mr. Williams posted on his social media?
yes,
Okay, does that fairly and accurately represent the photo that was posted on his social media?
yes,
And at this time, I would move into evidence that's previously been marked as Defense Exhibit C as Defense Exhibit 3. No objection?
No objection. No objection.
Without objection, what was previously marked as Defendant Boatwright Exhibit C for identification shall be received in evidence as Defendant Boatwright's Exhibit 3, a photograph, and they publish it will.
Thank you. Ms. Carter, I'm showing you what's been entered into evidence as Defense Exhibit 3. You indicated that you recognize this photo?
yes,
Okay. you would agree that in this photo alone, Mr. Williams has various size friends, correct?
Correct.
There's some people that are tall in this photo.
Yes.
There's some people that are short.
Yes.
And in relation to Mr. Williams, you would agree that there are multiple individuals that are significantly taller than him.
Correct.
Your Honor, at this time I have nothing further.
Are you ready?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. You're excused. Please do not discuss your testimony with any other witness.
Thank you.
State call you next.
State called Layla Khan. Sorry.
Raise your right hand and be sworn.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. You may be seated. Please state your full name, spelling your first and last name for the record.
Layla Khan, Laylacan.
You may depart.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Khan. How are you? I'm good. So that black box in front of you is our microphone. I think I explained to you earlier that the acoustics in this room are awful. So if you could just speak loudly and clearly so we can all hear you, that would be great, okay? And I need you to answer it audibly.
Yes.
Yes, okay, great. So introduce yourself to the jury.
I'm Layla, I'm a student.
Okay, and
studying finance.
I was gonna ask what you're studying. You're studying finance, okay. Where do you go to school?
I'm not comfortable to answer that.
All right. How long have you been in school? Let's go there.
College, 3 years.
All right. And so finance is your major, is what you're saying? All right. Tell us how you know Scott Barbeau.
He was an ex-boyfriend of mine.
Okay. And when did you first meet Scott?
I would say when I was 15. I think 2016.
And how old are you now?
20.
When you first met Scott, were you dating him?
No, we were friends for the first 8 months, I'd say.
And that's when you started dating 8 months into that?
Yes.
Describe your relationship with Scott.
Objection, relevance.
You can answer.
It was good at first and then turned toxic.
So it's safe to say you guys are not together today?
Not at all.
Okay. So let's now turn our attention to 2018. Were you dating Scott back in 2018?
I believe so, yes.
Do you recall if you were dating Scott back on June 18th of 2018?
I believe so.
Were you with Scott that day?
I was.
Is it safe to say that even though maybe sometimes you were together, you weren't officially together?
Sometimes we were officially together, but we definitely had rough patches.
All right. But on June 18th, 2018, you were physically together, correct?
Yes.
All right. And do you recall going to Riva Motorsports?
Yes.
Why did you go to Riva Motorsports?
He wanted to look at bikes.
At bikes?
Yes.
Was he planning on purchasing anything that day?
I'm not sure about the purchasing, but I think he was exploring his options.
So window shopping?
Yeah.
Okay. How did you guys get to Riva's?
He drove
What did he drive?
a van.
Do you remember the color?
Silver.
Was it his car?
Yes.
Anyone else go with you?
No.
Where did you sit in the vehicle when you drove there?
Passenger.
Front passenger?
Yes.
All right. Do you remember the type of van, the make or the model or anything like that?
It was a Chrysler, but I don't know what model.
That's okay. All right, so it's a silver Chrysler van. You two drive there. Do you recall what time you drove there?
I would say, we got there probably around like 3:50-ish.
All right. And when you get there, have you been there before?
Yes.
So it's a big parking lot. You recall that, correct?
Yes.
Do you remember where exactly you parked when you pulled in?
Right when you enter, if you were to make a left from the entrance, there's a row of parking spaces and parks in that row.
So say I'm the storefront. I'm Riva's right here. And the entrance is in front of me, or is it to the side? Which entrance are you talking about?
If you're the storefront, there's two entrances, but if you're the storefront, the main entrance and the exit is in front of you.
So directly in front of me. So where you are?
Not directly, but yes, in front of you.
All right. So you came through that entrance.
Yes.
And if you're pulling in towards me as Riva's store, which way do you go to park?
Left.
Left. So you're right, left. You're left, sorry.
My left.
Yeah, okay. So you park left. When you park, what did you first?
We got out the car.
Did Scott notice anything as you both got out of the car?
He noticed the BMW that X drives, only because he was a fan.
Did you know who X was?
I knew of him.
All right. The BMW, how far away were you parked from that BMW?
I would say like 4 spaces.
All right, and after noticing the vehicle, did you guys do anything about trying to find X or anything like that?
No, I told him it wasn't actually, there was no way, so we just walked into the store.
So you walk into the store, do you see X at that point?
No.
Okay. How long would you say you're in the store for?
15 minutes.
All right, and you eventually leave. Do you look at any items or bikes or whatever it may be outside the store?
Yes.
So they have bikes to look at outside in the parking lot?
At that day, there was
All right. How long would you say that you're outside looking at bikes?
probably 2 minutes.
As you're standing out there looking at bikes, do you see X walk out?
Yes.
What happens when X walks out?
Scott asked for a picture of him, and he said, or a picture with him, and he said, no, not today.
How long was that encounter for?
A couple seconds.
After X has noted the photo, do you see where X goes?
To his car.
Could you see his car from where you were?
I believe so, yes.
After Scott asks for a photo, he says no, you see him walk to his car. Do you guys then begin to leave?
Yes.
So are you walking in the same direction that X is walking to his vehicle?
Yeah, just more towards my right.
All right. So you were closer to the entrance?
Yes.
All right. Can you see X still walking to his car when you are walking to your car with Scott?
Yes.
Eventually, let's put it this way. Does X get in his vehicle before you and Scott get into his van?
I believe so.
As you and Scott are about to get into the vehicle, what happens?
Before we got into the vehicle, I started driving away towards the exit, and a car pulled up in front of me.
When you say towards the exit, is it the same exit that you just described as being sort of in front of Riva's, the same entrance that you came through?
Yes.
Okay. When you say a car pulled up in front, break it down for us. What do you mean?
So he was at the exit. I think he was gonna turn right to go towards Dixie, and then SUV pulled in front of X's car pretty swiftly, and then 2 men jumped out.
And actually, I want to go back for a second. When you first pulled into Riva's and Scott noticed what he thought was X's car at the time, did you notice any cars parked right next to X's vehicle?
I'm not sure if it was right next to his vehicle, but there was not an SUV, probably like a sedan, or near his vehicle, but further from our vehicle.
All right, so if I'm your vehicle, X's vehicle would be in the middle?
Yeah.
and then that other vehicle's here, right?
Yes.
Okay. Did you notice anyone inside that vehicle?
I'm not sure if they were inside or outside, but I think I saw a couple of them.
A couple men, that two?
I believe so.
Objection
Yeah.
leading.
Could you tell what race they were?
They're African American.
Could you tell if there was anyone, or let me ask it this way, do you know where they were seated in the vehicle?
I don't remember.
Okay. What were the windows like on that vehicle?
I don't remember.
Don't remember? Would your statement help refresh your recollection?
I can look at it.
Okay. Showing her statement, page 5. May I first witness, Your Honor? All right, Ms. Tan, I'm now showing you the statement. If you can just take a look and take it to yourself, and if you're not going to refresh. Has your memory been refreshed?
Yes.
Do you recall anything about the windows on that vehicle?
There was tinted.
Tinted. Okay. Did those gentlemen that you saw in the vehicle say anything to you?
No.
So now getting back to when we were talking about the car pulling up, do you know if that was the same vehicle you saw parked next to X's car?
No.
Or near X's car, I should say?
It was not.
Okay. And as this car is pulling up, are you still outside of Scott's vehicle?
Yes.
All right. Are you saying anything to Scott as this is unfolding?
I don't think so.
What drew your attention to this?
I think I was watching X's car pull out, and I saw it from, and I just saw it.
Were you just watching X's car,
I
the
think
fancy
so.
car? I know that you know what I'm about to say, but for purposes of the court reporter, we just gotta make sure that I finish my question first, okay?
Okay.
Perfect. So, you were just watching X's car because it was a fancy car and it was X's car, right?
Yes.
Objection leading.
As you're watching X's car leave Riva Motorsports and you see this vehicle pull up, what do you see happen?
Can I repeat that?
As you see X's vehicle leaving Riva's, and you said that you saw that SUV pull up in front, what happens next with the vehicle?
Two men jump out of the car, and they approach X's car pretty aggressively.
All right, so let's break that down a little bit. When you say two men jumped out of the car, where did they jump out from?
The passenger side and then the right passenger side. Back.
So both passenger side doors?
Yes.
And when they jump out, are they armed?
Yes.
Could you tell what kind of guns they had?
I can.
Can you describe anything you saw about any of the guns?
I just know that one was a little bit larger than the other one.
When you say larger, do you mean longer?
Length.
Lengthwise. All right. As you're seeing this unfold, you said aggressively. They came out aggressively. So were they running towards the car?
They were running, and when they got to the door, they started yelling.
What were they yelling?
Overruled.
You can answer.
They were saying, "Get out the car! Get out the car!"
Now, obviously, your attention is really on X's vehicle and what's unfolding. At this point, does Scott know what's happening as well? Did you say anything to him?
I said,
Don't tell me what you said, but did you say
Yes.
something to him? Okay. So they're yelling, get out of the car, get out of the car. What do you see them wearing at this point?
I don't recall exactly, but I know it was dark clothing.
Do you remember if it was pants or shorts?
They were fully covered.
Fully covered, so pants.
Yes.
Do you remember lengths of sleeves, if any sleeves?
I believe long sleeve.
Do you remember anything about their faces?
They were wearing masks.
So safe to say you couldn't identify them because of the masks?
No.
As they're yelling, get out of the car, get out of the car, do you see them reach into the vehicle?
Yes.
At the point that you first see them get out of the car and they're yelling this with their guns in their hands, which side of the vehicle are they on?
The driver's side.
Are both of them on the driver's side?
Yes.
At some point, do you see one of them go to the other side of the vehicle, to the passenger side?
Yes.
Can you describe to me if the two men that you saw armed with guns, were they the same height or different heights?
There were different heights.
So was one a lot taller than the other, or can you describe that for us?
One was very noticeably taller than the other one.
So which one goes, if you recall, to the passenger side of the vehicle?
I don't remember.
As this is unfolding, do you see anyone run out or jump out of the vehicle?
Yes,
Which side of the vehicle do you see someone jump out of?
the passenger.
And where does that person go?
Towards Riva.
Did he say anything to you as he's fleeing out of the vehicle?
I believe he said X is getting
Second,
robbed.
Fun.
X is getting robbed.
What did he say?
X is getting robbed.
Was he yelling it?
Yes,
Safe to say he wasn't calm?
not at all.
Was he running?
Yes.
Where did he run to?
I believe he ran into the inside of Riva, but I'm not quite sure if he went inside.
Were you more focused on X's vehicle than where this gentleman ran?
Yes,
Do you recall if that gentleman remained on scene after this event was finished?
he did.
So, gentleman runs out of the passenger side of X's vehicle. Are the two armed gunmen still at X's vehicle?
Yes,
Are they still reaching inside the vehicle?
yes,
Could you see what they were doing inside the vehicle?
I can know.
All right. How long would you say that they were going into the vehicle and reaching into the vehicle?
Under about 30 seconds. It was quick.
It was quick. All right. So, what happens next as you see this happening before your eyes?
And then I heard gunshots, so Scott and I ran the opposite direction. And once that was over and the SUV that was blocking the car left, we ran back towards Texas One.
All right. So I just want to have you explain something, because at the point in time we were talking about, you're looking at the car, you're looking at the armed gunman reaching into X's car, right?
Yes.
So at what point do you decide to turn around to go the opposite direction?
To go back to Texas car?
No, before that. You said you heard gunshots, so you didn't see them, correct?
No, I don't think I did.
Okay. So at some point you start running because of the guns,
Yes,
and you said you heard gunshots, right?
yes,
How many gunshots did you hear?
I don't remember.
Was it more than one?
I can't give you, I don't know.
Would your statement or your deposition help you remember?
It may.
Page 4 of the statement. May I press witness, Your Honor?
Amen.
All right, Ms. Can, same move as before. Signal your statement to yourself and look up when your memory has been refreshed. Has your memory been refreshed?
Yes,
Do you recall how many shots you had heard at that time?
about 3 or 4.
So you're hearing these shots being fired. Where do you run to?
Towards the entrance of Riva.
Were other people in the area in the parking lot running with you as well?
I wasn't paying attention to that.
Was Scott running with you?
Yes,
Eventually, do you hear the vehicle that stopped in front of X's car pull out and flee the scene?
yes,
At that point in time, did people start approaching X's vehicle?
yes,
Did you approach X's vehicle?
yes,
Did Scott approach X's vehicle?
yes.
When you all approached his vehicle, did anyone check his pulse?
I don't believe so. I wasn't that close to the body than anyone else.
Okay. Did you see Riva employees go up to X's vehicle?
Yes, and.
Sure.
And that's what a Riva worker checked his pulse and called 911.
That's, okay, that's what I was trying to get at. All right, so a Riva employee checked his pulse and called 911. Did you also call 911 or no?
No.
Okay, is that because the employee called 911?
It was because of that, and I think I was just like staying strong.
After his pulse is checked, did Scott also go and look at X's body?
Yes.
Were you able to see where he was touching him?
I did. I think he was blocking my view really.
And at some point, did Scott take a photo of X?
Yes.
At any time, did you touch X's body?
No.
At any time, did you take a photo of X?
No.
Your Honor, one moment, please. All right, Ms. Ken, I'm going to show you what's already been entered into evidence as state 2. It's going to be on your screen. So because Quorum technology is not exactly cooperating with us at this time, I'm just going to have to point, and you can tell me if I'm correct in what we're seeing. Is that X's car that you see?
Yes.
And is that the entrance that we're seeing right in front?
Yes.
So the camera view is from the store, right?
Yes.
Actually, go back to that. I lost it. Is that X's car?
Yes.
Okay, and for the record, it's 9 seconds into the video. And this is what I was saying before, is this the store entrance view?
Yes.
Of that entrance exit?
It's not the entrance, but the entrance is more on my right.
Okay, so I guess a little over to the side, like you were saying?
Yeah.
All right. That's 15 seconds in. Now, we just saw X's car pulling in and going to that side of the parking lot. Is that, again, where you parked as well?
Yes. Well, not at that moment, because I believe it's in hospital.
I just meant that's where you parked eventually, right?
Yes.
Not cooperating again, just give me a moment. Is that X's car leaving, Riva?
Yes.
So you see how, let me try to go back for a second, how there's 2 rows there of parking on that side where X's car is coming from? Are you in that first row or the second row closest to the street?
I'm the one closest to the street.
And is this what you saw unfold as you're about to get into Scott's vehicle?
Yes.
I have no further questions for this witness.
Something happened.
Good afternoon. So you're not with Scott anymore?
No,
When was the last time you reached out to you?
we haven't talked in years.
Okay. You recall the moment that you guys heard the shots? When you guys heard the shots, you started to run towards Riva, is that correct?
Yes.
Both you and Scott both were running towards Riva, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so if Scott would have testified that he was hunkered behind the van and not running, that would be incorrect?
Yes.
No further questions, Judge. Thank you so much.
Something happened from you?
Thank you. Ms. Can, when you saw the person that got shot that day, did you notice him wearing a necklace?
I believe so, yes.
Can you describe it for the juror from what you remember seeing? A large gold necklace, was that what he was wearing?
I'm not sure if it was gold or silver.
Okay, but you saw a large necklace around his neck?
Yes.
Now, you said you saw these individuals run up to the car and be reaching into the car trying to grab something, is that correct?
Yes.
Could you see from your angle that they were trying to grab the necklace off his neck?
I wasn't near the driver's side where I was standing somewhere.
Okay. And you indicated that these two individuals were of differing heights?
Yes.
One quite a bit taller than the other, is that what you said? At any time, did you hear someone say, "Don't call the police, I'm already on the phone"?
I don't remember.
Thank you.
Cross on that. Okay. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Other than the difference in height, the only thing you can tell us about the two men that jumped out was about their clothes, right?
Yes.
They were wearing dark clothing
Yes.
and pants, dark pants.
Yes.
And they were wearing masks.
Yes.
One was wearing a red mask, right?
Yes.
And one was wearing a black mask.
Yes.
And both of those men were reaching into the car,
Yes.
into X's car.
Yes.
For about 30 seconds, they were reaching into both sides of the car.
Yes.
And you testified on direct examination that you heard the men yelling, correct?
Yes.
Get out, get out.
Yes.
You told the police about that, right?
Yes.
Did the police ever ask you to perform what's called a voice lineup? Do you know what that is? A voice lineup is when a police officer would let you listen to different voices to be able to tell if that's the one that you heard. Did that ever occur with you?
No.
A moment. Thank you. Nothing further, Ms. Witness.
You redirect?
Briefly, Your Honor.
Amen.
All right, Ms. Can. When you first see this entire situation unfolding with two armed men jumping out of a vehicle, are you still standing at Scott's vehicle?
Yes.
Are you focused on what Scott's doing, or are you focused on the vehicle in front of you?
Focus on myself. Or not myself, but what's happening.
Okay. And is Scott in front of you based on where the car's parked, or is he technically behind you?
Technically behind me, I think, because I think he's on the driver's side.
Okay, so am I parked like this as Scott's car, and you're over here on my right, and the entrance is on my right?
No, he was face in, parked in, so
I guess this is the passenger side and this is the driver's side. So
So,
I was here and he was there.
so is it that you're saying your door, the passenger side door, was closer to where X's vehicle was than Scott's door?
Yes.
So is it safe to say that Scott was technically behind you as you're viewing this event unfold?
Yes.
Now, the gentleman I was asking you about before that you saw jump out of X's vehicle and run and scream, X is getting robbed. Did you pay attention to him after he ran off? Or were you still focused on what's happening with X?
Beyond scope, objection beyond scope.
I have no further questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. You're excused. Please do not discuss your testimony with any other witness. State claim next.
Judge, may we have a brief sidebar?
They called Tanisha Clark.
Raise your right hand and be sworn.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes. Thank you, may be good. Please state your full name and spell your first and last name for the record.
Tanisha Clark,
T-A-N-I-S-H-A, last name Clark, C-L-A-R-K.
You mean Clark?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Clark.
Good afternoon.
Thank you so much for speaking so loudly and clearly into the microphone in front of you. As we move forward, I know that sometimes we think we know what the other person's going to say, so we want to finish and answer the question, but for purposes of being in court, so that our lovely court reporter here can take down what each of us are saying, I just ask that you let me ask the question, and then you can answer the question once I'm completed, okay? Perfect, thank you. All right, so Ms. Clark, do you own a Dodge Journey? You used to. Okay, when did you own a Dodge Journey?
Back in 2018.
Okay, what color was that Dodge Journey?
Navy blue.
Navy blue, so a pretty dark color, correct?
Yes.
And at some point in 2018, did you decide that you were going to start renting out your vehicle on an application called Turo?
Yes.
When did you decide to start doing that?
In 2000, well, actually, my first time renting it out was in June 2018.
So the first time you rented it out, was it for this particular place?
Yes.
Is that also the last time you ever rented your vehicle?
Absolutely.
Okay. So I want to talk about that rental specifically. When you upload your car for rent on Turo, how does one go about then renting your vehicle that you posted?
I guess they just download the app and they go through the app. Maybe it gives them different options of cars, vehicles, trucks, etc. And they just, I guess they rent it.
And now if someone picks your vehicle, do you have to accept it?
Yes.
Do you get to review, their profiles, I guess I'll call it?
Yes.
Can you reject a rental based on viewing their profile?
Yes.
In this case, did you accept the rental that had come through?
Yes.
Do you recall the name of the person who rented your Dodge Journey that day?
Yes, Tony Robinson.
And how long was this rental for?
It was for 1 day.
1 day. Do you recall how much money it was to rent it for 1 day? I don't want you to guess, so if you don't remember.
I don't remember.
So rental comes through the app, you accept it, Tony Robinson's the person who rents it. How does the meetup happen for you to then deliver the vehicle?
She basically just asked for a pickup address. She had to send a pickup address. So she came to my house where my vehicle was and she pretty much picked up the car. I had to look at her ID, we had to walk around the car.
We'll get there.
Okay.
So she comes, or you give her an address to pick up the vehicle.
There she comes.
Do you recall what time of day or night that she came to pick up the vehicle?
It was the sun was still up. That's all I really remember.
All right. And when she comes to your home to pick up the vehicle, was she with anyone?
Yes, she was with some gentlemen.
Some gentlemen. Okay. Do you remember how many?
Not exactly. It was 2 or 3.
Now, at the time that they show up to your home to pick up the vehicle, who do you hand the keys to?
Tony.
And when you are doing a rental through the Turo app, you had indicated earlier you take photos of the vehicle, correct?
Yes.
And you did that with them on scene?
Yes.
And what's the purpose of taking those photos?
So that basically she knows that there aren't any damages. So the way she takes it is the way she needs to bring it back.
And do you recall what time she was supposed to bring the rental back the next day?
The same exact time that she rented it that day. So I don't remember the time. I just know the sun was up.
Would your statement help refresh your recollection as to the time?
Probably. I know it was in the afternoon.
Page 3 of her statement. May I approach the witness? All right. I am showing you your statement taken on June 21st of 2018. F4. You can take a look at that, read it to yourself, and look up when your memory has been refreshed.
Okay.
Has your memory been refreshed? Yes. Do you recall what time the rental was supposed to be delivered back to you?
Between 7:40 and 7:50, so probably around 8 o'clock.
At night?
Yeah.
Was the delivery supposed to be the return of the vehicle, I should say, the same address that you picked it up at?
Mhm.
When you delivered the vehicle to Miss Robinson, did you see her get in your vehicle?
When I delivered the vehicle to her,
Yes.
she came and picked the vehicle up.
So when she got the keys, I should
Yeah.
say, did she get in the car?
Yes, she drove away.
All right. Did you see any of the gentlemen she was with get in the vehicle and drive your vehicle?
No, they got in, they left in the vehicle that they came in, that she pulled up in.
All right. Next thing you hear is what about your car?
It was in an accident.
Okay. Who told you it was in an accident?
2 officers that were at my front door.
Okay. Eventually, do you hear from Miss Robinson?
Yes.
You then learn about the fact that your car is in an accident, and you learn about this case, correct?
Well, I didn't learn about this case.
Well, your portion of the case, I should say, with your car. Do you eventually give a statement to police?
Yes.
You gave more than one statement, correct?
Yes.
And at some point, are you asked to try and identify some of the individuals that had come to your house, including Tony Robinson?
Yes.
Showing defense counsel with previously marked as states Q for identification. And first witness, Your Honor. All right, I'm showing you as previously marked as states exhibit Q for identification purposes. Can you take a look at this to yourself and just review all the figures? Do you recognize it?
Yes.
And how do you recognize it? Did you see your signature?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. And was this a photo lineup that was presented to you?
Yes.
And does what I just showed you fairly accurately represent what you were shown back on June 22nd of 2018?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would enter into evidence what's been previously marked as states exhibit Q for identification, as states, Mr. Shield, what number? 15? 15.
No objection.
No objection.
Objection on the previously marked states Q for identification shall be received evidence in states 15, a composite of
7 photos.
7. You may publish it.
Thank you, Your Honor. You were in fact shown a few different lineups, correct, on that same day of June 22nd, 2018?
Correct.
Showing defense counsel what's been previously marked as states O for identification and states T for identification. Mayor, first witness, Your Honor. now showing you it since previously marked as being O for identification, also as positive 7 photos. Let me take a look at this one. Now, do you recognize this? It has your name on it, correct? Yes. Right. And is this a photo lineup that you were presented where you did not make an identification? Yes. Does this fairly and accurately represent that lineup that you were shown on June 22nd, 2018, where you did not make an identification? Yes. I'm now also going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit Key for identification, also as a positive 7 photos. What is that one? Is your name also on this photo lineup? Yes. And this is also a lineup where you did not make an identification. And this is fairly and accurately represent that photo lineup that you were shown on that day of June 22nd, 2018. Your Honor, at this time, the state would enter into evidence that's been previously marked as State's Exhibit O, a composite of 7 photos, and State's Exhibit P, a composite of 7 photos as well, into evidence as 16 and 7.
No objection.
No objection.
Without objection, what were previously identified as states O and P for identification shall be received in evidence as states 16 and 17 respectively.
Before I get to the last exhibit, let's go through these. I'm showing you what's been marked or entered into evidence as States 15, positive 7 photos. I had just shown you this one, and that is your name at the top of this particular sheet, correct?
Correct.
Right, and that has the date of June 22nd, 2018?
Correct.
Now I'm gonna go through the photos. And were you asked at some point if you recognized anyone to circle the photo, sign your name or initial it and date it?
Yes.
Were you ever told to, or ever forced to choose someone?
No.
And in this particular photo lineup, did you in fact choose a photo that you believe to be Tony Robinson, the woman who rented your vehicle?
Yes.
And is that your initials and date and time?
Yes.
And then this is the last photo. Showing you it's been entered into evidence as States 16, also a composite of 7 photos. And again, is that your name?
Yes.
And the date of June 22nd, 2018?
Yes.
And again, were you told if you recognized anyone to in fact circle, initial, date, time?
Correct.
And if you didn't recognize anyone, it was okay, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, in this particular lineup, you did not make an identification, correct?
Correct.
Showing you what's been already entered into evidence is State's Exhibit 17, a composite of 7 photos. Again, is that your name at the top with the date of June 22nd, 2018?
Yes.
And again, were you given the same instructions of if you recognize someone to circle, date, initial, and give the time?
Correct.
And if you could not make an identification, were you told that that's okay? Do not circle, date, time it?
Yes.
And in fact, in this lineup as well that day, you were not able to make an identification in this particular lineup, correct?
Correct.
Now, did you go back or at least meet with law enforcement at another time a few days later?
Yes.
And was that to go through another lineup?
Yes.
Showing defense counsel what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit R for identification? May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
May
All right, Ms. Clark, same procedure as we've been doing. Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit R for identification. All right, you can take a look at it. Do you recognize it?
Yes.
And does it have your name on it?
Yes.
And does it have the date of June 26th, 2018?
Yes.
And how did you recognize this one? Is there a photo that you identified?
Yes. That's our full definition.
And it has your signature, date, and time,
Yes.
initials, I should say? Yes. And does this photo lineup fairly and accurately represent the lineup that you were presented on June 26th of 2018?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would enter into evidence that's been marked as State's Exhibit R for identification. It's a composite of 8 photos.
No objection on behalf of Mr. Newsom, Your Honor. No objection.
No objection. Objection, what was previously marked State's R for identification shall be receiving evidence as State 18, positive 8, in the public will.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right, Ms. Clark. That's your name and the date of June 26, 2018.
Yes.
Start showing you the photos. That's your initials, the the date and the time on this photo lineup that you just identified?
Correct.
And at any point, were you told that you were forced to pick anyone?
No.
Were you told that if you didn't recognize anyone, you didn't have to pick anyone out?
No.
No, you were not told that, or you were told that you could not pick someone?
Yeah, I was told I couldn't.
You didn't have to?
I didn't have to,
Okay.
basically.
Your Honor, one moment. I have no further questions for this witness, Your Honor.
Cross on behalf of Mr. Williams. No, Judge. Cross on behalf of Mr. Newsom.
Briefly, thank you, Your Honor.
Ms. Clark, if you were asked this, I missed it, and I apologize, but were you told the reason that you were being shown these photo lineups was to try to identify the folks that came to take your car that day, correct?
Yes.
So in the first photo lineup, there were 6 females, and of those 6, you recognized the person that had actually rented the car.
Correct.
In the second photo lineup, I might approach Judge.
With the clerk sector.
Yes, Your Honor, this is Exhibit 16. Now, you were also shown 2 photo lineups, including black men, correct?
Correct.
And again, I presume that's because you thought you might be able to identify the black men that were there that day with the female that rented your car.
Correct.
And you got a good enough look at them to tell the police, yeah, if I see the photo, I might be able to tell you who was there, correct?
Yeah.
And in this particular photo lineup, with the 6 faces that we see here, you said none of these 6 men were there that day, correct?
Yeah, I said I didn't recognize any of them.
Okay. And you see that number 2 in this photo lineup has the name Trayvon Newsom.
Correct.
So we can presume that you're a witness to the fact he was not there that day to rent that car, correct?
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Nothing further.
Yes.
Hello, ma'am.
Hi.
Just want to ask you about, there was a second photo lineup that you were shown on June 22nd, 2018, that you did not identify anyone, correct?
Correct.
All right, and showing you State Exhibit 17. These are the 6 individuals that you were shown that day, June 22nd, 2018, where you did not make an identification.
Correct.
All right, so these 6 individuals, again, you indicated that you had not seen any of those people, correct?
Correct.
Nothing further.
No questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. You're excused. Please do not discuss your testimony with any other witness. Said I'm given to understand that the last was available for today.
That's correct, sir.
All right. So we have run through our witnesses that were scheduled for today. We will recess for the evening. As each time we recess, I will remind you you're not forming definite opinions in merits cases or all the evidence arguments counsel. Instructions on the law by me until that time you must not discuss cases even among yourselves during the course of the trial. Take away your recesses during which you will separate to elect personal affairs. During these recesses, you shall not discuss the case with anyone or permit anyone to say for 2 years in presence. If anyone attempts to, that your own jury asks them to stop. If persist, leave them once. Report the matter won by deputies. Advise you to counsel, defendants, witnesses, anyone else associated with the case in the hallway. They will ignore you. You're not being moved or following the orders of the court. Please make sure to insulate yourself from any outside exposure things, media, what have you. Have a wonderful evening. We will see you tomorrow morning at 10:30. Thank you. Parties present, jurors are absent. Do we need to discuss anything before we discuss it?
I don't think so, Judge.
All good? All good? Very well, thank you. Be here about 10:20 tomorrow. Just try and start.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, much more by 10:30.